Hey everybody, this is Andrew, and welcome back to another The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We are finishing up this finale of the case. This is case 5 of The Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. Oh, we finally come to this part. And now, let's finish this up right now. So, once again, if you like this channel and give it like it, sorry. So, once again, if you if you like gaming stuff like this, give a like and subscribe. And a bit of donations, but that's in the description in Twitch here. But anyways, without further ado, let's finish this case. The Resolve of Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Let's continue the second part. Alright, before we continue this, in the last episode, in the last part, we managed to get Shishuji Kogo, and we found out that he's the one who killed Inspector Griggs. However, it seems that Asougi had other plans for this trial. So let's see what's going to happen in this episode. Let's see, hold on, did I get this right? Yeah. I hereby declare this court to be session for a supplementary hearing. Let's begin part 2 of it. My leg. Hurry turned a blind eye to the discourse as I verified that these vile and unrelenting accusations hasn't solved the contents of my hollow chalice. Lord Ben Zieks! I first had suffered the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since the time I endured the weight of implied how guilt that's gone with me. So I welcome the chance to testify and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let's just decide. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accusation to the stand as the primary witness. In order he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the reporter. But what say the defense? Putting the defense in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous, and customer someone is so emotional at that moment, he's not thinking it logical. You're right that he's not himself. I knew it would be like this. I came here today determined to face him though whatever might arise, as a lawyer and his friend. Then that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord. Okay, so I think now is the time we're going to pin that guy. You know? Well, I mean, stronger, but we'll see. Because knowing for the reason why I actually cut this part is because the fact from the previous game, because it was so long, I made a mistake on trying to make it until the fall. I was like, oh god. So this time I got this thing prepared. So just in case, since this is a finale, I hope I get this one right. So let's see what happens. I never taken a life on another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Rexon's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Francis Street that day and how I came to discover the boy. The point is, no common threat exists between myself, Rexon, and Dr. Watson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin in exchange. Okay. Hold on. So you deny accusation by the prosecution. Quote that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you mastermind the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, there's a fallacy which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? Because of you. A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experience in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel of the defense. Procedure to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Reaper and assassin exchange. I've taken a look. I've been investigating the truth behind it. Why there's no common thread. Hold on, I need to check my court records with Telegram in Japan. Sure, there's nothing to do with this. So this one is definitely not going to be presented at any time soon. But looking at this one, yeah, because this is all connected to his brother himself. But I want to try out first. So let's try process. Hold it! For the first 4. So you know what the general public refers to as the infamous the Bailey. Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment the court was satisfied with one word answer to this. I realize that. If you're intending to comment on any sentence this critical, Kazuma, didn't you find it disturbing though? That one by one defendants would be acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed? Let me answer that question by posing another. If one by one defendants would be acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly. Well, that told me. But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignore all the history. Hold it! You say for years. How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this court. 10 years ago. And you're investigating me to be somewhere into Inspector Grayson, you say? I didn't want to do it. He was a personal acquaintance. We worked on cases together in the past. A friend, even. It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learned of the location he noted only as Rose, and the appointment at 5 PM on the 31st, though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So now we are at the nub of the matter. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate. Hold it! Yeah, definitely. But why did you go to the specific location? I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, that by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse. Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jikoku. Exactly. Yugogo had intended to implicate a huge boon. Unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. A ridiculously careless blunder. Move on to just throwing insults around. I see then, Kazuma. Think what you want. It doesn't change the truth. Oops, sorry. The point is, hold it! And just suppress all this. There is a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course, we were close acquaintances. We worked on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor, so he taught me numbers of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Eat fish and chips. Where to buy good fish? Where to buy good fish and Apparently, the Gregson gives the same advice to Gina. Where to buy good fish and chips and such like. Well, that was convincing. Same as Gina. Dr. Watson was correct, of course, but that was some time in the past. In any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at Japan University. That's right, I was a visiting professor at the Imperial University in Tokyo. It's to me ambiguously clear that there's no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans and killing him. It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it, but something about this doesn't quite sit right with me. Hold it! Certainly, as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted the objection! But as it stands, we have all the accused insistences of his innocence. Sorry? Perhaps there is some reason that will explain why he must have made the exchange, and maybe a reason could establish later in his proceedings. The accused claimed irresistibly he wasn't involved would amount to perjury. And yes, that's true, but clearly Kazuma-san intends to identify the reason and use it to make his case. So we don't identify something first, he gains the advantage. This could get me dangerous. Okay, so that means I have to present some convincing testimony by Lord and Zieks. Because there were no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish motives. The testimony seems similarly as far as I can see. Oh dear me, what a bleak expression. I agree. There doesn't appear to be any particular link between them at first glance, but with the inclusive of one other person, must be overthinking it surely. Another person. I think it must be the broader clue in itself. I need to think about all the information we've gained so far. Alright, and I review my notes about the case and the evidence, and all the evidence in the court reports. Could it be that Lord Van Zieks had something to hide after all? I think it's this one that's do it is so. Before I do anything, I need to save first, just in case I blunder this up. Okay. Back to you. Alright. I'll say the photo. I won't say... No, not this one. I won't say this one because this has nothing to do with John H. Washington. This is the only thing I can think of. So, is this right? Objection! Really? Oh, never mind then. What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, is this 10 years ago from the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks? What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see the defendant doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in a court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This The autopsy report of the professors found the victim is an indelible link between Inspector Grayson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not the accused named a person named the professor. A person named researched all the court records relating to the case. I know that at the time, autopsies were considered sacrilege to the victim's soul. And for a member of the aristocratic like Van Zieks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the power that to be allowed autopsy to go ahead, Inspector Briggs. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. It was Dr. Watson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As far as by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asougi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, there was a key to indicating the professor for his crimes, and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Benzies to avenge his brother's senseless death, with a marvelous victory in the court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all concluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and need protecting, which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Order once! 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer to be sentenced to death. But it was a sham and swore to myself that I'd prove it, which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. Hold on, let me take a drink. You will have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tendency of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know that this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago? You must see this real evidence. That's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seisho Jiko. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I already deducted. He has a closely guarded secret about what went on in the autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing about any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark into Goku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword Karama before my inspector's side. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, sir. You're that Asougi that's young one, aren't you? And what? You're going to cut me down with that thing? Is that it? That very much depends on the answer you give me to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we got into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admitted that the evidence used by my father's trial was fabricated? It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly do you speak? I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Overdone. She... so that's why he swung the sword at the back. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-san. If the results of Twin Van Zieks' autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Watson must have known about it, and they can only be ordered to prevent the courts of justice that and they can only have been ordered to prevent pervert. You mean pervert or prevent? Never mind. In order to pervert the cause of justice that in a way by one man, the man leading the case for the prosecution, Baron Zieks. In other words, the defendant did have the cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it had to be the Reaper himself who lies with Jikogo in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be the man who stands accused in this court today. Baron von Zieks. And it seems
Objection!
That wait. Kazuma Asougi. What you just told the court? Are you certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate the evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know the name of the Reaper. What? What then Zieks? I gave no such order. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Van Zieks is the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like this. Yeah, that guy up there. I believe I know who it is too. You? I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is Male Strongheart.
Take that!
Only you can authorize it. The only person who can arrange the assassin exchange and manipulate the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Male Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in the court, but he only took over the case after his brother Lord Van Zieks. But he only took over the case after his brother Lord Clint Van Zieks had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zieks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the Lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I spent my life since then believing I was in debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. I see now. I was very much mistaken. It was a huge influence force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. That same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Shishu Jikogu. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place where we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very This may very well go down in British history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this former accuser by the defense. It also warned a response. A formal accuser to be so. The defense claimed not a raw fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zieks. That's only an
objection!
But I heard with Gregson only, he admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost in this good sand. Shit, where we can get Maya at this point? Yeah, I don't think in this era we can have the how to say the fake kind to come out nowhere, but I don't think that's possible. You mean to say I forget how the system works in your little backwater country? But in this report of British Empire we will evidence there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some raw fantasy that can't possibly be sustainable by anyone. Order in the court. Following Inspector Rex's murder and the light of Dr. Watson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the event 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange? The court has no business ranking over the cold of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accuser brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections? Cousin, he's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Oh no, wait, we can bring Mikotoba! There's no one other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago. If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. There is someone! He's gone through extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, but even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Watson's silent. I won't say anything against strong power. But there's still one ray of
objection!
Actually, there is one person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't believe me, there's no one. Who? Ryonosuke, who? Tell me. Kazuma, please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify by autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks is Mikotoba. Heavens help us, another Japanese. An explanation for forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugene Mikotoba, 16 years ago. He came to London with Seisho Jikogo and Genshin Asougi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly lack? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Watson. The report carried his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report and at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demanded that Professor Mikotoba may be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense demands is denial. What? Professor Mikotoba is involved in this very moment. We could summon him at the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone. Who knows? He's too concerned about protecting himself. Yeah, this guy's a jack. Yeah, this guy's a bad guy. Officer Asougi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecutor's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and the masterminding the assassin exchange. Highly yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. Right. At this time, I don't have to evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no proofs in the distant past that will bolster your arguments today. I'm afraid to say, Professor Asougi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Wow, this guy is an asshole. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter of hand. Inspector Grayson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Shigehiro. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper objection. But we all know what will happen. That just give the mastermind the whole extra time to cover his tracks again. In which you need me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Asougi, you'll be remanded for following the proceedings. Willingly, I trust you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over. Young Master Asougi. Yeah, that's why this guy can go try with this. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... Hold on. What? Holmes! Mr. Holmes? This is no place for amateur detection. Mr. Holmes, may I remind you that these proceedings are close to the general public. You will leave the court with objection! Mr. Holmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Shigehiro before he fled from Europe. This court should hear what he has to say. Lord Maelstrom, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to the end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only to recall your own words from the beginning of the trial to answer that question, if I may. If I may, we will submit nothing to uncover the whole truth behind this disturbing finding. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased it from your memory, can it? The whole truth has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end this juncture? Oh, why have you been invited to attend? Do not allow to the prevarications of your superiors? Order in the court. It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practice. A job is a job. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and alone, my dear fellows, has the power to push this door open. Lord, auditors in Gala has no right to express an opinion of the court. Silence! He's right. The judge has also your time. Yes, because the trial, you must have. Questions are tough. Turns or cold granite. It's inducting something. If there's a single person here, I honestly the trial should go on. Some of the witness. That's right, we need to come on and then listen. Shit, this thing is too fast. My lord, you're sure those present there will be covered to shield. Vindicate yourself with this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues Miguel. On with the trial. Testify. Well, my lord, you heard the voice of British justice, I take it? I think you'll find it very awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Well, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconsider this. See, that will serve won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He's accompanying me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane on the track. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in this just... What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse? Mr. Holmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear friend, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you should. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Holmes. However, you are not no further use. Kindly leave the courtroom. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy here now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, yes. I trust you have Iris's the lucky charm with you. Absolutely. It's in my pocket. She sends her regards as a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, please. Not the last time you tried to pull my ear card out. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Early, so the witness the sound. So his strong heart, he's the reaper of the baby. When exactly is this trial going to take? Just how deep I'm going to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss. Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to down me under. Well, okay. Hold on a second, let me get some drink. This. Alright, let's resume the trial. Wait, what's Murray Gory here? So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yuji Mikotoba, lecturer of forensic medicine at the Imperial Humane University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Murray Gory. Murray Gory, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Silent, understand? Yes, Dr. Silent. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here, she just appeared. You summoned strange Japanese man as a witness to the autopsy, but you don't summon Mama? That makes no sense, she was there too. That's about the size of it. I had her eyes boring the side of my cheeks constantly, while I was in the antechamber too, oh god. Oh man, that idea of it's making me shudder. The revelation of the psychic came to light some days ago default the reputation of the entire universe. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceeding. The Ministry of Justice decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? Minister of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. Anyways, I remembered you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart, and please, could you tell Maria to turn the other way around, please? The prosecution understands that you're a visiting student in forensic science in London only 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Watson's at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Zieks. Yes. I assisted Dr. Watson with the entire proceeding. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Watson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all the documents I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Well, Mama, as a secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all documents. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it was for his insistence, Lord Van Zieks' autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that you would reveal the decisive evidence against Jinshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was a result of the autopsy that mass murder was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth and about what went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you have heard at that time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Okay, witness. Autopsy. From my own observation, I couldn't say there was any indication of autopsy result having been fabricated. That result from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing to the heart that I found a little strange. There was no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just a pitiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying these as safe. No indication, nothing to suggest fabrication. Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could possibly identify as such. Let's swear to his testimony. Oh, this is a new animation. Well, let's declare things out nicely. The only fabrication here, Asougi, has come from you. What? You claimed the inspector's confessed just before his death, but that is fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged. I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of a sword and stroke, the man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in its obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Cochran Van Zieks' death. And with the testimony we have, your question uncovered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord, there was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you are obviously aware of the facts in the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set up upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Quickban Zieks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after the testimony, and I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryonosuke, I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, and I'm sure every member of the jury present in the gallery would agree. Whatever. Do whatever. Very well then. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established fact, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. I'm worried this is coming to like a penalty like last time in other previous games, like a full penalty, so I have to be very careful on it. Okay, I think maybe we start with the second one. For now, I just only try just in case I don't make a jump. Hold it! You couldn't say. No, certainly not. But then you couldn't say there was any indication either, could you? No, true. I was at Dr. Watson's side from the procedure, recall what he did. At that time, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And those times, what did the secondary assistant do? Following this Japanese man's order to adjust the lighting or passing implements. But that doesn't mean Mama was a vital part of the team. Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheeks like that? Obviously because of a tick. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Okay, so there's no consequences, right? So I'm glad that Hold it! Okay. In all the previous 4 killings attributed to Professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled. Correct. And yet Lord Zieks was stabbed. Ah, do you mean to say you think Lord Zieks may not have in fact have been one of Professor's victims? There is no basis on which doubt the findings of the investigation carried out at the time. But Genshin also confessed to all his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocrat. Yet the beast was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell. No other signs of it. There were no other signs of internal injury. Hold it! But, you weren't actually present in the autopsy yourself, weren't you, Dr. Gori? Does it matter? Well, I was just wondering how useful your testimony can be in the case, really. I mean, it wouldn't be different if your mother's outside were in the stand, but... I've been all the paperwork of the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just gave is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no signs of internal trauma. I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said there was nothing important internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gori, what was it? Hold it! What exactly was it? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was a sparkling and round with a hole as in my slip of a finger perhaps. Wait, what? It was a ring. Belonged to Genshin Asougi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring of the digitious quarter of his left hand, the fourth of the ring finger. I understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for her 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possession was sent to our family's home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not, it was a pure piece of evidence. Even now, remains under the lock and key in stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Cheltenham was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, it was more deep, the grey silks on his finger where he had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. Oh, wait, what? What? Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the store. Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. Wait, where the hell did you get that thing from? And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitate there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Ah, well, just thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Watson asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gore, the removal of the historical evidence from stores requires my consent, does it not? No. However, it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. Hold on. The ring belongs to... It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. I must say, think very carefully, Miss Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Wait, if this one is swallow, like you said. Hold on, I want to check the ring first before. This fat claw is doing a good job protecting his cool fat gemstone in the middle. Wait, yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Oh, now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp. Oh my, that's a very quick clumsiness, Miss Naruhodo. New for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing it yourself some fairly serious naturally. A sticky mochi about the size would go down. A sticky mochi about that size would go down much better with some red beet paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to get choked on somehow. Hold on, if this thing is... Hold on. It says there's no internal injury, but if you swallow that damn thing, wouldn't you get caught? Just a minute, I mean, if it's not this statement, it must be the fifth one, because if you swallow it, it would be possible, so let's give it a try. Objection! Yeah, there's no way this ring is fabricated. This court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at the moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Watson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not. What do you suggest, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Watson fabricated that details about the autopsy. What do you say? That Dr. Watson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asougi, and he produced it during the procedures, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in the report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you attempt to prove your point. You already done it from me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to this size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped in at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of his passing down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. And there you arrive at a sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about finding myself in 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something about that time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Watson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now, this is a very curious thing to find out, man. Stomach, what did you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Watson? Is it not, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with a sharp never caused attack, as surely you expect to see damage to throat and esophagus, torn mucous membrane at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have basically more experience than you? I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have indigested the item as evidence that identified his assailant. Go ahead, write it out. So I was right. Dr. Watson deliberately fabricated the result of the autopsy to indicate my father. I'm disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Watson was British leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the indulgence, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one the government can pay. No, I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of the evidence from the store without permission will not go unpunished. Can I check with buddy? We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon? But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpse up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Hold on. Yes, the ring. All about the ring. I just remembered something. An early incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before. About memory I have. Of Genshin Asougi saving my life. What? My father? Saved your life? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at the late hour. All of a sudden, don't make a peek, you're coming around. All All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying? I always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait. Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indicate him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
Damn it. You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You sent the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Kazuma, open your eyes. Ryonosuke, you must know deep down. The truth that can be completely obscure even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. At the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you totally convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results, so much so that you are apparently blind to this blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. But though it is extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asougi not have disputed the finding in his trial? Oh. At the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claim against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The action of the man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asougi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabrication of evidence. An obvious conclusion by which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Professor. To Asougi, your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asougi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. But if that autopsy was all of then there will be nothing to stop us from being discharged and
Objection!
What? Thank you, Ryonosuke. If it wasn't for your frank word just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. But Kazuma, what's this lateness absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant whore, I beg your pardon? You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence, and there's another possible explanation. You overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that.
Objection!
Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy result were an invention, there was no need for considerable reason either man would have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, alright, there was no question about that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy had been assassinated? If a false grievance appeared from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me? Kazuma-san has created one last chance for us to clear this out. I think we can show that there was a reason for his father's silence on his trial. The reason why the man would have said nothing even though it was innocent. In a part of some equation, perhaps. Enough rhetorical. The court must be showing evidence. What proof do you have to point? There must be something. I don't think it's the papers, because if papers it would be. Wait. I'm trying to say first so I won't be as understanding. Maybe it's the escape.
Take that!
There was no. It's true that Genshin also silence during his trial result his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he's been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsified of the death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Further, such a level prank couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. Must have the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warden who was working in the accident at the time. These notes read, they are indication that the jailbreak was planned prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there was a suggestion of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asougi and its government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with this sort of clandestine in place, I can imagine he could be kept very quiet. I would go further than that. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asougi can explain in no other way. Order! Order! First fabricated evidence, now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Ah! Governor Caden and the poor chief warden of the prison? I won't allow this trial to turn into farce to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rat-a-tat at times. I can show you he is extremely thorough. He wired Barkley at the local prison earlier. Asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey at the matter of extreme emergency. Holmes! Are you pretending to be stupid all this time or continue genius? Mr. Holmes did that? Are you telling me that both men are, unless I'm not mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment? Wow! This guy is on to his plan. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared as his officer. You promise that you will stop not and not make to uncover the whole truth behind this disturbing crime. Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupation of the court, please? Aye, very clean. Gaydon, governor of the Barclay prison. Everyone called me Gods. I still don't think this, your other persona if you don't mind. I mean, you're not wearing the fake lips, okay? Oh, oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course, oh, of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warden at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called Professor 10 years ago. Gosh, Professor, we've already been through all this a decade ago, and the conclusion was that wasn't there anything out towards our happen. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly recall nothing untold toward. Well, the convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was illegally executed, and escaping the prison inside his own coffin. A plan for complicity would never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it's turned out that you involved in the plot to break Mr. Asougi out of prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gods! All of that lady! All it was. Witness, Governor Caden. I sorry. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to show. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asougi, if you threaten the witness again, you'll be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witness give the formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asougi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Okay, here we go. It was a Japanese chocolate from the draft that came from the prosecutor office. I signed a conflict of Chief Warden Vigil here and the point of lines direction behind the suits. I was responsible for Asougi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of the plot. I didn't know if there was some sort of negotiation between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was kill out my duty for Her Majesty Great British Empire. Okay, now a directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying there was a jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who said that? Who authorized the plan? I didn't know that. You saying you don't know that? Listen, there wasn't a thing about the professor's escape that wasn't unusual in some way. Other than that, is there any questions? I did just what I need to tell you, more than I couldn't tell you. I see, but if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, there's one thing that's very clear. I suspected there were clandestine dealings going on between Asougi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asougi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That counsel is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, ma'am. I fail to see how this witnesses have any more pertinent information. Do you intend to assert your rights to cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. Okay, I can't seem to get out of this, guys. So I think the only thing left to do is to ask him questions. Or like, say, press like crazy.
Hold it!
And you don't know who actually issued the directive. Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of it is that it was official. It was from the prosecutor's office that narrows down who could have issued it straight away, and it wasn't me. I cannot even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. But there's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the level. Basically, I cannot give you the indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that your order must have come from somebody notorious, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with the speculation. We just got the job done.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vijay, did you know anything about it all? That's right. My only role in this scheme was a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take a rap for it. Alright then, who else did you know about the plan? No, the first I wasn't hopeless at all, especially just dealing with the aftermath. I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folks in the prison service who would be giving you similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens, all of the site, as you know now. Why would you have to get all of this such a terrible business? So we right up the moon.
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening at the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exceptional after exceptions. After all, it was a professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly thought that was someone who had taken the lives of five of the country's noble. Being the chief warden, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, did you? Lush, Federal, Chen. I apologize. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. You won't change what happened. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Kane?
Hold it!
But you really acknowledge that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must be some sort of negotiation, his only explanation. Ah, well, be that it may, I didn't know nothing about it today. But with the stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I knew that. Shadu, I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is criminal offense. So you were just for is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you for guilty. The man was still killed illegally even if he was a condemned kill. You may very well be found complete in murder, Governor. So that's what you did, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. Oh, great.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan entirely? I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genji Inosuke was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery they escaped. Tell me, wasn't it part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the job out of the jail and anymore. I couldn't tell you anything what happened after that. Only, possibly, I believe his death was the last
What
part
does this all mean?
Possibly, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. And please ignore the guy beside me who's memory lapse. What? Aye, you were around too, no doubt about it, but you have to mind there was special circumstances. It was to protect the British government system. That's just how execution had to happen, I think. You saying that Mr. Asougi's mother-in-law gave Samuel was his capital punishment? You realize Mr. Vigio tried to take his own life as a result? Ah, well, that's another story. Who was it? Who shot my father in the cemetery at night? I have no answer to that question. However it happened, the convict's life was destined to end at night. The moment the execution order was signed, his fate was sealed. This court will not pursue the identity of the individual who carried out the order. So Asougi's son agreed to confess the crimes because he was sure he was broken out of prison today. I really don't think Kazuma's son's father would have engaged in such condition if I something compared to him to agree. What a terrible thing. Using the law to legitimate such underhand dealings with espionage, only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite opposite justice. I can't help feeling there's something about this kind of version that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Miss Naruhodo. No, it doesn't. But I can't think about it. Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we end it with the power. Yeah, rather ask the guy. But before that, I just... Yeah, because the only thing I have left is the report autopsy. Oh wait, this is not the one. This is by Zieks. The Asougi papers, actually. The only thing I have is this, then the next one says the sword, which I'm not sure how, and the ring. So let's try that.
Hold it!
Okay, let's try the question.
What does this all mean? Excuse me!
Excuse me! Wait, Mr. Vijay, is something wrong? Wait, let me take a drink first. Oh, I got in trouble. Oh, yes. What can I do for you, sir? He's living now. What is this? Some sort of Barclay convention? Whatever. My girlfriend Kaden was just saying seems upset you. Did he bring something in mind, perhaps? For the last 30 years, I've completely blotted out of the memory of that time on my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asougi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. It makes you think that. Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. The treachery of this kind, but the point is, the intention was already to betray him. Why would there be any need of all this chicanery of an escape? Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asougi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, and it would have been far simpler to just let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in the vast chamber of secrets that Barclay behind in the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on the execution room now. Yes, it's an uncertain mystery certainly. Truth to be told, there is a weird matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, between Asougi and the body at the top. It doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your former testimony. Get! Go on then. It seems to me that Japanese fellow didn't have nothing to bargain with. Hold on. What about those he did actually, thanks to your other friend. I think you must have missed out one important detail. Just in case I have to press you again. What about these papers?
Objection!
Yeah, those okay. Confession under the oath to murder he even commit on the verbal assurance of the later being broken out of prison. Genjin Ryonosuke was taking critical risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop Britain breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under no more certain sense, no man would stake his life or a gentleman agree like that. Which means that Mr. Asougi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Heavens! The fellow couldn't possibly have anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asougi papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asougi. It turns out that Mr. Asougi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warden Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealing dick on your way, right? Did I not tell you to keep that your fucking secret, you dick? You can't touch me now, even though you pull my neck or whatever. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asougi pleaded it with the warden. Alright, then, but what is on the paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after that convict has been killed following the elaborate pretense of jailbreak, the document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison wardens was search through the belongings in this cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the documents, which became known as the Asougi papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it all at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right to say that you knew that the so-called Asougi papers had the potential to make the Great Race somehow? Zieks, what the blazer you're playing? The way was found, right? And the fellow started by the same word. But how can it be? Where is his son? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do your proper job, eh? You really well galloped. You can't criticize me now. You fired me, remember? I shoved it down your throat, didn't I, you liar? Yes, did. I did have documents here. It's written in Japanese and reads, the last will and testament of Genshin Asougi, which means everything as it should be. Not quite, my lord. See, there is an undeniable consistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asougi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet his will contains nothing of significant at all, nothing that would give him convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that this last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As had clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from a bore. That law's vilification by defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which only the former chief warden would. That man could quite easily be lying, or at very least sorely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly, what we need to get the bottom of this, we need to know exactly what happened with this so-called Asougi paper. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the will?
Objection!
Mr. Richard was stabbed in the back by the jury 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. Even he jumped down the window. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself? It's clear that Proclaim is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by someone in the President's office. It's clear that some illegal innovation took place. Is your lordship going to disclose all this office? What did you say? You wait, what? What did the other guy say? Fuck, we should hear more. Hear me tell. That's the fuck. The trial must go on. The man must. It would seem that a few here had uttered be blind to the truth. Wait, what? What the other guy said? Is your lordship going to gloss over this obvious and reprehensive fact? Very well, then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw the convict's last state will and state. Yes! Yes, sir! My lord. No, don't wait, sir! As the warden responsible for condemned victims, I attended Mr. Sogi and walked over his cell. The night after his bond was found guilty, but he was doing something that with that hole in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but no one appeared. I only found out about the Asougi papers when a director came telling me to impound. The document was in a fold up of the fella's robe that was not in the cell. A kimono, I think it's called. Is this Komo? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked all through his clothes. I can't be true. Were you not satisfied with all the calling me a lie? The ones that your wait finger. There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have your hold over me anymore now. Other than the whole you like the, other than that the whole you like to take on my carol, of course. Is that what you want to do like this? Oh. Look at me. Oh, homie. Are you going to leave me in a good shape or are you going to be too scared? Come on. Do it. Stop it. You'll make it for yourself. Come on. Okay, I'll take it. Oh, okay, you want it? You got it. You do. Lower and large. What a double act. If I may, we complied with Asougi's will as far as possible. All his personal effects were delivered to his family's home in Japan. As a courtesy of the homeless, the most notorious killers of all countries have seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safe. And you cannot deny the handwriting is of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking it in my father's brushwork. Really? And this is lost will and testament was the man's last weapon was. I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely practical, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, you cross-examination please. Most why not? Yes, my lord. Okay, here we go again. I can't seem to get up.
Hold it!
So, would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asougi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution to you. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crime. I know, that's why if we compare the person one day, I can still recall his report. I'm guilty of an unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent, he put me in mind an Eastern man. What about the world you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well. Yes. He was doing something.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like that rampart, you didn't tell me how blatant breach of trust that was. You could see that the man has never been. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. According to what he told us 2 days ago, the country has been strictly forbidden for having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you are quite right. So when exactly was the real pen? That was before the man was remanded in Bach. Leslie? Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of relative authorities. He personally instructed Asougi to make a will for the benefit of his family and his friends. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was pen and prosecutor's office, you would have expected it would remain there for safety surely. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Oh, well. The defense is making a still point. Oh, Governor? A president governor cannot be expected to keen the inner working of the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on that. There are no way to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notorious response for the will at the time. The fact that my father's will was discovered in itself is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Nothing must do that. Well, the thing is about this that will.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand. Is that right? Yes. And when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the camera and yelled, "Hey cat, you cannot help disability company in my face. Look at that!" Alright, well, we're doing to the government to keep everybody working as hard as they should, although this guy is I freaking know that they try to do it like that. But it's something like that. I think the government needs a wee taste of his own medicine style. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? The clues were impossible to find. That's right. Then, before I knew it was the morning paper, the blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience at Lowgate Cemetery? Yes, that was it. The day after I read the news, I was summoned to the governor's office, and that's when the public accusation was made. Your agent told me to escape the proof from prison and result in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything about that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else.
Hold it!
And the directive came from the same source as one instructed you about the jailbreak. From the top level of the prosecutor's office. What name was it? I didn't know it before, and I didn't know it now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The director said he had it somewhere inside the glass cell. Document? Was that the wording? Document, not will. Hey, that's what it said. Am I plotting to expose here? just wonder if it was really getting Asougi's last will and testament that sent him to the dark. Oh. Give your testimony there with us.
Hold it!
In Mr. Asougi's kimono? Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him doing his incarceration, I understand. That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he has numbered items of a person's syndicate every window. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, the kimono, his sword. Karamado, the famous sword of the Asougi clan. He bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt about it, I'm really getting at 5. Forgetting it being the soul of the clan, if that man had more obvious weapon. Have some respect, okay? Respect those silence. Anyways, the warden carried firearms at all times, and the inmates had shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed to do a sword but no writing materials. Alright. He wrote that with all he could say with us in the balcony, you see? Dr. Mikotobo was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. The Suzui inkstone, black sumi ink, and some unseen rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it. I'm sorry to say, a lot
Is that right?
Wait, what? I'm sorry to say that the letter just looked like a squirmish mass of jet, like bloodroom to me. You know what? Just since we're at home, was at the end, not gonna skip. Jet black. Oh, it must be something else. So, no worry, I just get back to that later. My father has a passing telegraph. He found the profound black color of sumi ink to be very soothing. I'm sure that cursive Japanese script must be locally incorporated to English high. Anyhow, the document that was found in the father's kimono. Despite the seriousness in his crime, he was treated in a gently fashion until the end, when he was called Elizabeth betrayed and shot dead in a dark cemetery in the middle of the night. Yes, the gentleman realized it's over when water. That testimony doesn't give much away. Will was repanned by Kazuma's father. One thing he could possibly have meant he described his weapon. Suddenly it sounded like very much like Asougi actually had nothing. I planned to break him out of jail on the head, which means he must have had something. Anyhow, he must have been hiding something. His own explanation makes sense. It's starting to sound like Asougi actually might have something. Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not sure, but I feel as though it's on the brink of understanding it is all. Let's have all the information again and see what's more behind. Okay, let's try the question again.
Hold it! Is that right? Excuse me.
Is it different? Are you feeling pain, Mr. Vigil? Oh. Mr. Vigil, sir! It was called, sir. What? What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blow out like that. Less swearing and more explaining would be helpful, please. Goddammit. Something about the testimony we just heard. Have you recalled something of importance? something of importance, possibly or possibly not. I am able to tell which one is leading, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asked that Mr. Vijay permitted to submit his testimony, with his possible or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vijay. Yes, it was Scarlet. I seem to remember the document was written in Scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. Wait, Scarlet ink. Hold on. Wait, I need to say first. I think I remember from the autopsy report between Van Zieks one. Could it be this one? Hold on. Recall that somebody says that yeah, recent scarlet ink stain visible on the little and ring figure on the right hand, but no document. Yeah, this one.
Objection!
Scarlet colored writing is what you said through you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Have it again! You are not able to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and it was something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. Okay, hold on a second. It stated that scarlet ink colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of British atrocity, I really admit. I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wits is not appreciated, you ass. My brother was a well-breeded and fetishious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, you would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Whenever Lord Van Zieks was writing in that unusual colored ink, it must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open, but King was punctually about such things seems unusual. About no document pen in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found, so the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father has in his hand the night in his cell was the same document that Lord Van Zieks was writing moments before his death? Then it was. If Mr. Vijay's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes, Mr. Vijay. So, when you spot Mr. Asougi with that document in his cell, his precise words were followed, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament? If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vijay said, then what we know now completely changed the meaning of what Mr. Asougi said. You really think Mr. Vijay did see the convict's will, but it wasn't of Genshin Asougi's. It was the last will and testament of Lord Van Zieks. What?
Objection!
No. This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That is out of the question. Not Van Zieks. Flynn was pursuing the professor. It consumes him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before a conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death, and that Genshin Osogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made in public under any circumstances whatsoever, because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the degree of his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the power to be enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of that utmost secrecy. Information of utmost secrecy. No, it couldn't be. Wait, what? No, wait. I heard more than enough. Pursuing the notion of a panda will know you can attest to having served.
Objection!
No, my lord. That's unacceptable. What do you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Osogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to a conclusion. Sorry, understand. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have the duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible meaning of knowing the contents of the document, there's no line of reasoning to pursue. Oh my god. The reason why Lord Convinces a man of high noble standing would have chosen death. Information so secret, people of the judiciary will be willing to negotiate a jailbreak or condemn. Wait. Oh shoot. No. Oh god. So that's why Jim was innocent. It was Clint that's the professor. Oh god damn it. That's why. The only explanation is fits through the fact. It's difficult truth that turns absolutely everything on his head. But it's just too hideous. It's not though. How difficult a situation might become, you work the client in pursuit of the truth. I'm beginning to think that Clint Van Zieks' will is a confession. That's why. That's what he resolved to do when he entered the court on this month, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Sato. So hold your heads high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Osogi was able to use it as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the professor's case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryonosuke. As soon as these words came out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testimony of Lord Convinces was in fact a report. A confession! Yeah, there we go. Oh god damn it. So Clint was the one. He's doing the killing. See? You can't do that, Maonodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned down that day was a confession. Confession? Regarding the mass murder known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
No! Enough. Counsel! What are you saying? Do you even realize a confession about the true identity of the Professor? That would mean... Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in, but it's only an explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor, the man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Asougi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. He was in fact the man believed to have been the fifth victim. Damn it, Oh god, Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. Grr. Yeah, and it's point open, isn't it? Ponder's words. The great Van Zieks family, they've been jobbing of these streets for years. And Lord Van Zieks, he was paragon of justice. But he was actually mass murder or perpetrator of the atrocity of violence. If the general brother will follow, all will be finished. Oh, fuck. My brother? Oh, this is too awful. Hold on, this. Oh god. So, Clint was the professor. I wonder though, did he never suspect? It's not though. Lord Baron Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is he considerable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order in court. Lord Van Zieks. The professor made use of enormous hound as his murderer. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmont. He was a well-known hunting dog. People call him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmont. After killing that, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of a Jew stud collar around his neck. A Jew stud collar. Oh, Baskerville, the B-word. That's right. Though sadly, some years now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A Jew-studded collar, stolen by the thief. It so happened that myself and my colleague had come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bordered an ornament capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B? Oh my, you know it? It's the insignia. The Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming out loud? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. The pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt that the collar you described was Balmont's. The family insignia of Lord King Van Zieks' widow. There's a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from the quarry, of course. But could it equally have been from the human prey? So it is true that Clint Van Zieks really was the professor. Impossible, Japanese on the accent. Hey, what? So in fact, the person responsible for the his murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself, and that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irreparably destabilize British society. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. At the very last hour, those he bugged would betray him, slaying his mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years had passed, and still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easily believing that justice was done, even though some people thought there were 60 people living in the city. That though has anonymity remains, the diabolical murder was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth. Tell me, Dan. Tell me what really was you. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. What he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime. He drove himself in a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most finished of criminals requires one to become even more finished oneself. Clint. The 19th century was truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industries, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new laws and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deep shadows were cast on society. Water sullen by factories, erratic with noxious fume and clouds, growing daily to fuel the darkness. Lord Basics made it mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate his soul until eventually he was consumed. It is ironically, really, and somehow surpassing, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again, what do you mean? 10 years ago, your father Genshin Asougi turned up at my office one night. The professor? The professor? Yes, beyond all shadows I we must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as governor while he's committing his atrocity crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing to defend than this yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the state. We need to full support of Judica for this week against a member of the aristocrat. So a large family estate has a few scandals. You should know from the commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Goblin onto this basis of tenacious excavation of these things. So I turned down Asougi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome of course, Lord Zieks perished. I don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did. He made the late Lord Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor's claims by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? So we must have already taken it. Nothing of the nature was found at the scene. I had no idea of the existence of such document at the time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor, so I resolved to keep it as a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So, you are admitting to it? That you were behind all it all? It was you then who pinned the crimes on my father? I did what I need to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire, even if that means employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you all your rockers? We can't do something like that. There's no question that was also the murder Lord Zieks. The house staff had made statement that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I no doubt there was the Japanese fellow. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against him. And what's that yet? Doesn't keep a dog. So we're short of a murder weapon to bolt. And we're short on time, Gretchen. We must put stop of this man's rampage for good of the century. So we will use whatever means necessary. I will make myself clear, detective. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin Ring was taken, that was him, wasn't it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then the detectives handed the stolen ring to the Watson, who feigned it discovered from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decided evidence, Mr. Asougi was found guilty of those charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually struck a deal with the accused, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that one. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underling dealing. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asougi. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asougi. What? Oh, I heard you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel piece of shit! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a close trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make before it, you will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asougi: the gallows. Don't forget I still have at my disposal a document revealing a truth that I know you're best way to keep it hid. Yes, it hadn't escaped me, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain. I only want to protect this country. Law is law and order, do you understand? So, what's it to be, Asougi? God, Kazuma. He did it for me? And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Wittig from the damage to the troop would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
What? I never dared let myself ever consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this, the treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey, was it you, Lord Mel Strongheart? A rather brilliant eye, would you say, Lord Baron von Zieks? That's the spirit of your late brother, the Paragon of Justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be more appetizing tale of London's masses, I assume? What crazy? I knew it that you played the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't just some sort of embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with you already were only too happy to participate in the plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Watson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that talking of guilt would never come to rest on you. So thanks that you were exiled as the demigod, the Reaper came. But Dr. Watson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right, so I had to employ the service of his prodigy after that. To copy sight. Dr. Sight. So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent range of the Reaper here, I successfully safeguard law and order in our mighty capital over the last decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who siphoned the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say this in my defense. It was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Oh, John, I did it. I'm not a real collection of pride, but still. Oh, I was to be dying with the same about them. I was about to keep an aid of not to say. There was no one left who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go further. Now, I would like you to treat all those present beyond these four walls. Nobody need to know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you appreciate from the position of my request. It is, of course, the good of the country. Can he do this? Can the trial really end?
Hold it!
I have one last question for the accused, Lord Zieks. 1. Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother? Yes, the same thought occurs to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was still strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry from their own gain, and since they were nobles, they were untouchable. My brother, who was a source of great turmoil. I coincidentally said the same that Professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. Let me suspect. Yes, but it was only once, not more. Only once, really. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time, and I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was Lord Chief of Justice at that time. It was he who I recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what their circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That would be. Neither Clint Zieks nor Genshin also still walk this path. Although, much we can debate this now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. There will be gone ring that acted as the criminal evidence to condemn Genshin Asougi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Minister of Justice or whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned. Is it really going to end like that?
Objection!
Wait, what? Naruhodo, why? Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court had been reminded today already, we must stop and nothing uncover the whole truth. And to the end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago reveals a very subtle contradiction. One contradiction. Oh wait, he said the ink, I think. But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it begins with Lord Zieks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Stronghan didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely point out what we can draw no further useful conclusions. So why all is a contradiction? One of them defendants says something contradictory. Strong heart. It was strong heart. I'm surely sorry. Something says right like that. Come on, think back also. Fine. No. He says the ink. Neither can. Conclusion. There are only two. Yeah, it says. Content Asougi and the 3 pages. He said black, he did not know. What strong heart? Would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Among the statement you made a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with the certain piece of evidence we had. Inconsistent? And while an inconsistency remains, the defense had a right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about this statement that you're making against Counsel. They may or hope prove fatal. You claim my words to contradict. With what piece of evidence, I ask you? The Asougi papers.
Take that!
You said the color wrong. This here is the will left behind Mr. Asougi. The 2-page will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last. Oh, really? I thought it's the ink. Hold on. 3-page. Oh, I thought it's 2. I thought it's the ink, but I guess I got it right somehow. The 3-page last will test. Ah, could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. Trifle, Governor Caden. What are you gonna do, sir? You were present at the Japanese man penned his last testament. Alright, that was it for sure. I still remember black worm like strung up to this day, and I put to the note that was the 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual way, though. If I remember correctly, the 3rd page was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purpose, we require only his will, and we will not have any uncovered words about British to get back in Japan, do it. So it was decided that the 3rd page ought be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had the right to know what I said, to hear my final word. To the point, there's no place for sentimental counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here. My father's message? It will be given to you at the end of the proceedings. Be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says. Even the slightest may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for J&C Asougi's last word to his son to be read out loud before this court. Your request is denied. The invaluable mouthy words can be no consequence.
Objection!
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the 3rd page document and I'll press you. Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, that I can't actually read. Weird language. This beautiful handwriting, shame on you, Barry. This beautiful... shame on you, Barry. It could be a Sicilian. I'll be happy to translate the words into English for that. Father! You're still here, aren't you? Yes, I was in the suspects. I'm the witness stand, so yeah. Naturally, I consider myself a member of J.K. I will feel lonely. My perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I translate Jen's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness, a darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all them mortal foes. That's the end of the message, you see? A haiku poem, twist thy head. Father. What is Karuma? The name of the Asougi clan's famous sword, a razor sharp blade known to or passed down from generations, deported to Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. is the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier to this proceeding. The one worn by the prosecutor concert where he confronted Inspector Gregson. All these prosecutors are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment is court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I've been accommodating as possible the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord King Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality. Where he murdered his former mentor clearly was already a devotee to his normal practice.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that my brother. Too much that time has passed. We cannot even hope to what we do now. Especially since the alleged will he penned to his final moments appear to have been lost forever. Arf! Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. Oh well. We've heard you state time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime capital.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Watson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you have them killed. However, you dress it up. There was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is that you're hiding? Tokumito Kotoba, were you not quite neutral after the translation of the former associated will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has lost no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all these calls from the proceeding to be struck from the record. This is my last chance. Now though, I have to present some decided evidence now. It's a order, but can I? I think I can. There's one thing I can think of is the current. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence. What? What? Don't be absurd. Hey, who's playing the music? Hold on. There's nothing relevant in waving all the time.
Objection!
It's highly time to realize something, my lord. Wait. Can I check something first before I do it? Mighty Karama, twisted thy head, watch them fall, all thy mortal foe. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Miss Naruhodo, one might suggest, I think perhaps it does mend your head. Oh, one study is history and development happened some time ago. I'm sure you're probably aware the sword's head is a part of the very end of the head. Oh! It's written as the head, but it's pronounced as Kashira, I believe. Kashira. Some circles of it means twist that the butt of the hill. You don't think. Look what's inside. Is that? Yeah, it's the will! Tiny squandered parchment. Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this my last will and testament in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Miss Naruhodo, look, it's in at the end. Glenn Van Zee. And the date, 10 years ago on the fateful night. So 10 years ago, it's silence conceived inside Karama and nobody knew. Last word testament of love and then Van Zee. Wait, oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Famous Alison Railway, and he's really taught up an ingenious hiding place too. It seems almost paper, but I do wonder over the years The deities of the Asougi character actually cause such impulses, protecting great secrecy. Those solely of duties. Well, you couldn't believe it. Kazuma conducts himself like some weight of his kind long and lower himself on his shoulder. I agree, this gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour, and he ends up escaping everyone else's attention. Suck it! Nonsense! What is it, Ryosuke? What do you have? Oh, it's something that I found earlier, I did say. The final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth of this rotten tale. How can you say decisive? Well, we could feel that there's no escaping, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have to settle this decade or ignorant or even care. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? Oh.
Take that!
There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. Ha! A wonderful assumption, I'm sure. But in that case, let's give you a notion. The document was long lost ago. That's right, it was. Only I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. What? What the impossible, that can't be! Everything that has happened come back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Oh! Okay, tie the suit! My brother's lost will and testament. Where did you find that? Yeah, it was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma? The ultimate weapon Genshin Isekai obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of the sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly looked official. Oh my god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the content of that document being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Objection!
Oh, spill a sock in it. You can't do that, my lord. That document could explain everything. The document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? Why are you trying to hide? Well, could it be that you already knew what's written on this page? Why? Because you're done with the manifest. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
No. Talk to the lady. Do that, my lord. You suffer a favorable as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Possibly ending a trial without good reason, and not ending trial, the full trial by orders of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. What Queen Bessie really did handle will like it's exactly as a young Japanese say. Read it out now! You have the right to know what's inside the will. Alright, and I'm doing it. Well, my lord. You would seem rather still cuisines on the quickest was you. You fools! Fools! Go ahead, Ryonosuke, read it. The prosecution gives it full support. Very well then. No, for God's sake! Oh! I penned this my lost and will and testament in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 PM and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friends Asougi stand in my shoulder. He expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly deserved. The Japanese are truly merciful people. I claim Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who come to be known in society as the Professor, the guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not hear the cause of the corruption rife among the altruistic society, which is to me as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords as the heart of depravity, a demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of law. The law is impotent against such barbarous. Only a few demons can rid society to this ends. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor fellow, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat, exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man bidding 4 months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the how I commanded, I realized I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asougi who dies in this night, I am eternally dead. To my extortioner, male strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. You're screwing up, Mel. You're screwing up, strongheart. So now we know, yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Mel Strongheart. It was you. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard would destroy justice in this country, but you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless life you sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Glenn has no possible reason to kill that man. But you did, did you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate a man who stood between you and the office you set your sight on. So you used your own hunting dog called Clint Van Zieks to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shells are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach the depths. Crime must be cut off at all roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice if you ask me. Which is why I took his place. In order to fight the crime, he was allowed it to spread like wildfire. Murdering the man, the Reaper, the Professor, the name make no difference. As I explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now too? Ah, Jensen Asougi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we agreed. I don't believe it. It was you, was it? You killed him? No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his execution, I went to Lone Gate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jikoku. Oh god. Seishiro, did you shoot him? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asougi's treatment after his reparation. Jikoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I took the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs to put his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, As you know, Asougi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out there. But sadly, all did not go as planned.
Oh,
There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas of digging up a grave. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. An out-driver. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequent London's cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night, blast! You will find out that convict was being executed. This scandal will rock the very foundation of the empire. Then, what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Trooper. Shoot Asougi Edwards. He can't live, and now that this has happened, he has to go. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You had a group. You bumped into the Japan, you jackass. Everything has changed now. Screw that. If the truth could not be positive, all of us will be finished. However, come on, you could do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot, you fuck. Ah, Jikogu, you were an idiot. You shot Asougi's father. Jikogu shot Asougi from shadow. The grave robber was so close the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his leg would carry him. Then Jikogo and I put Asougi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modelers present at the scene as well, I made her swear two things: never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of the night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asougi's corpse. So now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, and now Jikogu had added another charges. Sorry about that. It was Jikobu, a Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asougi in the end. You see, he claimed to be the man's friend, but when pushed to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jikobu left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jikobu was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would happen if it came to light when he murdered a compatriot 10 years ago earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recess of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you! I saved Colonel Van Zieks from dishonor his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let us forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That is enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving at least to the acquaintance of those wretched criminals? We have fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a reaper. Can't you see all done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zieks who's worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper's name. And Inspector Grayson fought with anguish of having sullen his hand toward the desire to do the right thing. Not to mention, Chianti Asougi risked his life in pursuing of the truth and you tried to hide. No, the darker recess of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You lot of... When will you get through that thick skulls? That was all for criminal countries. I'm tired of that skill. You constantly twisted the truth from bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willing to twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of bureaucracy. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk about justice again. Arrgh. Arrgh. Please break it down. I think that's not. That was a breakdown. What? What are you doing? Clapping? Are you pulling out like Damon Gant here? Whoa, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause I take for quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightful grave expressions, those beautiful pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the fires are quite picture of industrialness. You fraud, keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exciting, exactly as you both say. What are you trying to say, you ass? I had occupied the darker recess of London's underworld and, how do you put it, done nothing? I confess it is a little embarrassing to have it pointed out so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No. What? It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly.
Objection!
Manipulations, really? You can't get away with that. You consistently prey on people's weaknesses. You threatening them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all good laws, ladies and gentlemen of the jury here present. You all know the Dr. Researches in our great capital and deep bow. Now, I believe you also know that to fight those who are there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good senses now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge of more than 6 million inhabitants of London, what may happen? To learn the infamous murder of the royals and nobles who were spectral members of the ecclesiarchy himself, that evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat trial amid secret negotiations. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bay was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by Lord Chief Justice himself. If this general public opinion is not true, all faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost. Without doubt, the order in the capital would completely break down. It would be cast back to the lawless day of the last century. Precisely, and it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the populations were criminal. Think what we accomplished since then. Comprehensive set of laws. And you will want to continue to protect the law of this new era of law and order. I say this there again. We must all times occupy the darkness ourselves. Oh fuck you, this guy is just using his words to coerce everybody to believe his ass. We must successfully identify and apprehend the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial, and these other matters that have been discussed. We will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving the law. Wait, what? Discuss with you. You seriously want us to forget this thing? And to protect Her Majesty's what? My lord, ladies and gentlemen, what do you say? Oh god. Here's a binder. So forgivable. On the other hand, Isn't our duty of maintaining law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the weak over the years has done wonders to the crime rate. And by fair means of all foul, that's all thanks to Lost Tonka, even though he's a piece of shit. Oh great, they're calling his name. Are you hearing this? Is the will of British bureaucracy? Let me take a drink of hearing those assholes. Thank you for your rousing response, friends. I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, these records shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn the situation to his favor. Lord Stronghold really is the master of manipulation. You impulsively prove his skill, yet still manage to face just. I just don't know what we can do. Ryonosuke, it looks like that the trial is really going into an end now. Almost all of the options are continuing. There's really one half left. Well, I think that we know what to do. Holmes, we need your help now. Yes, as I only know only two of them. The only thing that carries any weight in this court is hard evidence. But Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage of the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come off of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item, we have among the evidence is now.
Take that!
Oh my, yes! Mr. Holmes asked if you had that with you earlier. We exposed all of Lord Zongha's wrongdoing. I have no doubt that Mr. Holmes has already deduced exactly how the truth will unfold. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hand by the ears there and heave! Alright, here goes. Heave! Oh, my dear friends, must I remind you every time? A gentle tongue is sufficient. Mr. Holmes! You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. I, over here. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. He's what? Hologram? Really now? Iris? It's Mr. Holmes. Hi, I'm a hologram. How did he manage to create a hologram? I wasn't expecting you, Mr. Holmes. Did I go to here again? Not strong. What is the meaning of this? Oh, Philip, seize him! Put the man in irons! This is a close call. You've been warned once already. What the? We can't get any of it, my lord. Yeah, we just go through right here. Yeah, look at me. What was it like? Oh, yeah. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, and image he used. Oh, look at me dance. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Holmes, on this, are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes, I heard some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Wait, sounds are transmitted so quickly, not images to keep them company. Anyways, Harris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation is on what the modest description. Oh yeah, and somewhat indirectly, I thought we might just, well, transmit and test it. Somewhat insanely, Mr. Hunt, now, you just need immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Holmes? I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shocked arrival. Well, fine. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective. Oh well, the surprise must be. Oh well. Leave the court at once, and I'll sway you. Dear me, you on the other hand, Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of situation. I mean, you hear this new music. In short, you're screwed. Allow me to read it. I am not here, which would, I hope, lead to natural to one asking. Where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am present, enjoying the air in the rare splendid garden. The garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. You can't. Oh yeah, you're screwed now. What? You can't be Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. I know. Do you even read any of this stuff? Mr. Holmes, is Iris really there? Ah, well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Oh, Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty, the Queen of British Empire. What? What? No! What on earth is all... Well, wait, what? What on earth is this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty's the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order, God, I demand immediate silence. Majesty's the Queen? You can't be. I mean, this is some sort of unforgivable, distasteful trickery by the turbid detective, that's all. Unforgivable, distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A close-course season attended by elite members of the GHQ is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty will be more than a little curious about the proceeding. So, I decided to show everything from start to finish. Huh? You show her? Indeed. By dint of the Sherlock Holmes remote cinematographic. Sorry. By dint of the Sherlock Holmes remote cinematograph. You meddling. This is some form of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regarding the talk of my latest invention. No doubt you'd infer that the reverse is also true. You don't mean. Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceeding. I assume there will be no objections after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. Youth! I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivable, distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely... Hello, so sorry to keep on Vicky and I... Vicky! Did you just call the Queen Vicky? Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Well, if anyone is sitting comfortably, follow with and with immediate effect, all authorized previously offloaded to Mel Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Shit. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in these coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty don't believe we need to fight fire fire. Justice in this country needed be administered from the shadows at all. Mel Strongheart, the darkness you forced to conceal your despicable action these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future because no longer are you the Lord Chief of Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. You're true. Break it down. John, call it John. Ooh. Wait. Ooh. I think he put this. Oh shit, the scale's broken. Timber! Jangan you get final! Damn, that's one explosion. And now he's covered in soot. Lord Klinvenzi left a will in which he confessed to everything. When 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 those words came out of Asougi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't in there. Which precipitate the jailbreak plot, I presume? What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that I facilitated Asougi that said he would emerge the will somewhere on this person. But despite searching his limb body at the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. What pains me now is my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks? In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? As I confront this prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Brother, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, or none could understand my depravity. I only ask for forgiveness. Asougi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quote. Clint Van Ziek. Clint. Male strong heart, you colluded with Seishiro Jikogo in a criminal plot so immense it spans the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being Lord Chief of Justice wasn't enough, short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General. I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribed, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the numbers of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You very much adopt your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are defending this trial. Asougi is the attorney, right? Oh shit. I mean the prosecutor, but whatever. Sorry about it. However, the preceding judge will appear to have fallen from the bench as he were, almost broke his leg. So, I suggest therefore that we entrust the final juicy to the open.
Ah, I'm back again. Finally.
My lord! the British.
As a member of the judicacy, I have been following the proceedings of the gallery. And I must say, I shall never forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. I got forget. The darkness has just quite justice in our lands these past 10 years and has not been displayed. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of the bright young star from the east, stars. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord. First time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now. I had the faintest of intimidations that the British judges so warped and twisted over its long history was finally to no change. This might just be the man to do it. Ooh, what? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesy on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, Lord Van Zieks. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I met. My best friend, Kazuma Asougi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant solicitor who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zieks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exception master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Holmes, even though he made me pay a lot of money for sometimes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief. Yeah, I didn't say that I would pay your debts or whatever. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is, guiding light that all leads to happiness. I live by the principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leaving people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it is my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that's we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. But without your beautiful composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting British justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere.
Well then, it will appear that this long trial has finally come to the end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long for particular event. Even though we know there's no third game or fourth game, but we'll see what Capcom is going to come up soon. Anyways, for the follow-up, okay? But in conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Baron von Zieks not guilty. Let the confetti flies and fireworks. Oh, I'm going to miss the scale and job, even though I just appear for a short time. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Fourth November, 4:21 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. It's really all over. Finally. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. I really couldn't have done it without you at my side. I throw it out, Mr. Sutter. Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me.
It really was a very splendid show, Miss Naruhodo. Naruhodo. I have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look quite a lot.
Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Benzi's smiling face, everything will seem much better. Speaking of which, he's there. Oh, sorry. Shit. Miss Susuta, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Excuse me, I need to go to toilet. Oh dear. I really shouldn't have presumed. You think? Miss Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year has been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you had to have reason to the level of excellency you demonstrate today. Well, it's quite remarkable. But I suppose the most unpalatable treat you could ever have imagined in court today. I fears, though I robbed you something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who draw in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness also. By that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for truth and what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing the fact in court today. Oh, well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face that at this very moment if he were here. Kazuma. Oh, speaking of which, should I really stop tempting words to call off? Hold! Oh wait, it's not it. Mr. Suzuto, there's another face I like thunder here. Bye. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Zieks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquaintance. Congratulating me, or curse me, you failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought your justice and truth. For the least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could. No, I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord King Zieks wrote before his duel with my father. Asougi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed to my sins. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my weight. Clean Zieks. What can the second of his final wish have been? That your father agreed to honor you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up a more fight, Genshin? If you only agree to its issue, and I will gladly petition the government. We've been through this day. You don't need to be worried about me. Anyway, Eugene, I have a favor to ask you. Something of great importance. You are one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once in secret and tell him no. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. The lady of the gentry? She's not in the good way, and she's with a child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is this child yours, Genshin? No! Don't be deaf! Okay, anyway, jokes aside, it's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew as his dying wish. Goodness, I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What do you say? If something happened to you, tomorrow night you're going to be You never know though, do you? What life will bring? Alright then, tell me the address. He head there once with his shield. No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugene. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Huntington to in Denver. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting house lay asleep on the ground. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of the darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her water to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. Damn, she was gaining. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But drastically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I can to remember. Eventually, in some of the days, I looked around in the room. There were precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught me in the eye. Wait, isn't this the same trunk? Iris! You mean to tell me that Iris is the daughter of Clint? Wow. Hey. But yeah, hey Joker, yeah, sorry about Yeah, sorry I didn't see the chat. Sorry. Hold on. My god. Uh, you seriously saying that? My god. It had been clearly well that over the years made a top quality lightweight 5 stitches. But it was when I saw the emblem of the side that was everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. But Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zieks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to Micah in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. Yeah, Iris would be branded for life for that. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zieks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine if that in his final hours, Lieutenant Daisy made the obvious choice. He would though thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honor my promise to Genjin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without a disclose the parentage of the child, I could not obtain permission to take her with me. How awful! I was completely at the loss. At the end, I had to ask my grave. Yeah, I knew it! I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Holmes, I presume? Yes. He took one look into my eye and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Holmes, he has a heart of gold. Really? All he can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh. When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grip of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words, the name of my mother, Ayame Mikotoba. Oh, that's right, Ayame. Or English, Iris. Iris! No. I had no idea. Ouch! No, what's wrong? This thing just pinched me on behind with my trousers. Ouch! Oh my. Why do I put it in there? Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Holmes, is that you? Ouch! Yes, we can hear you. Oh my. You see what excessive tongue you can do. Let me that lesson to you. You did it twice on me. Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Holmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. Let it become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Justice would require such measures. Bruno, Cindy! Oh, Iris! Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brew a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party and celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. What? I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, fostered by a 10-year-old girl again, who we know that Iris is her cousin. His cousin or something. No, not really. Oh, cool. I give my word. that I shall present myself to your royal residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You promise now, I want you to be good. Bye for now. Alright, Iris, thanks you for all your help earlier. Oh, that's what nothing. Just get back home soon. Ouch! One final pinch goodbye, was it? Yeah, Holmes is still pissed. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zieks! Yes, what are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor's case. Once that's done, the Van Zieks family will be ostrated completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of the man once feared as the mighty reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you endured the pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you finally been freed from this repute, your battle is just the beginning, surely. Well, I certainly had never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to you. Now I'm probably here. I intend to learn that all I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Asougi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who matured, Miss Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to the bakery. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Hot November 6, 25 p.m. Home suite. I'm home! Oh shit, no! Fuck! Ah! About time, yeah, wait, this order. What are you doing with that? Ow, colorful pieces of history. It's a party, ain't it? You gotta go with the party. I mean, files are Italy, not to me. When you got fire smokes, the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Francis here who could help you with that, I think. Her name's Venus, and you're my— oh shit, no. What? I remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it was defined in my space phase. Take down every detail now before the war. Ah, the world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventures. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the Finnish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the truck I found abandoned in his cabin? I would believe that, yes. I say, Nikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why is that, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well. So... What? You were? Then why the deuce? Did you say that episode before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Holmes. Professor Mikotoba, I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not the moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Suzuka awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Suzuka looking so happy in a very long time. Ah, Bruno, there you are. Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to film me books. Good. Goodness, is this really true, Gina? Wait, what? Hold on a second. Yep. I'm losing a couple of cobblers and going by what I know best. It's the desire of life. You really need a policeman, but why, Genie? No, no. Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, the Reaper ain't never gonna accept a divergent dick, is it? Well, people can change, you know. Ah yes, that reminds me. I read the thoughtful offer to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct one piece of evidence. It's the inspector's his pocket watch and the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievement at his popular job. For 10 years without fail, it measures every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it's stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's chariot alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me, there are no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Jimmy, he was. Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'll become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him back in kick and screaming. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well, I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Gina. Eh? Iris? Well, obviously I really wonder about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I want to know where I come from. What? I thought it might tell me something about myself. I've got such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Ali, Luna, Professor Mickey. Oh no, not on my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters about his name or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley? With every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you. Dad. I think, Mikotoba. Yes, Holmes? I think I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together, and during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for all good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all, and I should have never experienced it. Were it not for you, you old softy, Holmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say. Well then, I think this called for a lengthy violin recital will say, no! Oh well, the food will go cold. That's not the only problem. Maybe next week, Holly? Yeah, I agree. Are you sure a week is long enough? Yes. We will just make sure you forget about the violin fact. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelation, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too with my greatest family. Back to my apartment. On November 9th to 7 p.m. Now orders legally consults. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I totally had some unforgettable experiences whilst I lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Aww, Naruhodo. Oh, Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Suzuto's room. Yes, Suzuto went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needs to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh, with Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up, Lord Clemency, I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Clemency's final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect the secrets, you know. Calling Suzuto back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why. When I read Soseki's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You stumbled across the crux of the terrible case, the dog collar. The description of the Baskervilles in Senior left me no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that incident sooner or later, you have made the connection to the Van Zieks. And to make matters worse, Suzuto knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris was written based on my notes from the time. Yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge piece of a dog being used as a murder weapon, a dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Those two clues, I feel you and Suzuto might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in the aid of halting any investigation you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I never understood is why Suzuto-san came across the manuscript in Japan though. You know, Iris's The Hound Baskerville story, I mean. So Holmes sent it to me. That was before Suzuto left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Suzuto came across it, of course. It was the only case Holmes and I could pursue that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Holmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Holmes for safekeeping. So you did all this to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? That's right. Because Holmes had told me now how astute she'd become. Yeah. However, having witnessed events in the courtroom today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk about you about something too. Judging from your expression, I say you come to a decision, haven't you? Have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma, but he is here in Britain now as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Suzuto-san, and Mr. Holmes all gently pushing me in their direction. I spent the best part of the year immersed in his world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the chart through. And the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this part for me. I chose it myself. Part of a defense lawyer. Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back to Japan as. And that's the part I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say, extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow. I don't imagine we'll be departing for a few days. Not with a symposium having been cancelled now, such a simple path. Never mind, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Oh shit. Ah, shit. Suzuto-san, oh shit. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Yeah, I think she heard it. Did you, heard what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did. Yes, I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, from the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. Damn. So you made up your mind. You returned to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. To early, I did want to earlier this evening actually, but you already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it was your, what you decided now, Naruhodo-san. You did? Susuto-san? Yes? I suppose this means it has to be a farewell soon. I suppose you'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British court. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as a Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after the day. Oh, yes. You're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in the court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or locum should be ashamed of himself. Susuto-san. Thank you. November 5:42 a.m. Port of Dover. Quayside. I can't believe this day finally comes. You're really leaving then, Ryuno? I'm afraid so, Darius. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what to do without your food cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going, but you have to come and visit. Say you will, of course. I promise. Someday. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while at least, I feel like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Aris, you do that. Oh,
Susato-san. I've I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryonosuke,
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zieks' tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryonosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days, while I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me, to slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care, if you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side, always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on, I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me.
Yes!
But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryonosuke.
Wait, what?
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zieks' trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryonosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Really?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword. One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. The day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryonosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
I'm crying Jesus.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Crying in tears of joy of this game.
A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Objection!
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson.
We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So, I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
And that ends the greatest 8 one of the and that ends one of the greatest Ace Attorney games I've played. This is I've been truly annoyed with inquiry about remote cinematic in this day, but I'm no problem of making goods and what the promise called secrecy. Anyway, I decided an absence of homeland is in order, a soldier in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps I understand that wardrobe class includes no change whatsoever. I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy," but he made Hurley cry. And I gave some lotion I invented as well to dye his hair red. But he said it might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. Well, I think he'd rather not use the lotion for his hair. In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of the grim sorrow, I even retired from the pot. Despite everything, I still wear your Secretor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once vested in me is no more, as you are too. In the words of the young foreign friend of mine, I must strive forward towards the bright future. I always The boss left a note for me, and I can read every letter now. A to Z deal blah. It's clean a lot of stuff. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me, the Chief Inspector Toby here, are going to keep the non-Londoners. I only wish I could only say how grateful I was before hearing it. Yeah. Hey! Gina. The truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's good heart. You're a merman than me, I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care before it's Tata to London town for the foreseeable. And then, I gotta complete your education in the art of deduction a la Grayson, as they say. Oh, see you next time. Your Excellency, this man accusation is illegality of the Office of Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Objection! Obligatory obstinate overruled. The minister has been detained in British Army. Who is this gadget to defend a woman? Oh really? My Francisco is a brisk cotton in our time and doing a wonderful job. Perhaps I should have engaged the service of regular legal team. The autos probably so past them. Oh well. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they expert in glittering corpses? Yes, they are. Flesh corpses all on the whole. I like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No, and I'm glad. Who's next? Oh, he's back again. Yeah, I'm in the great return of the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now everything is set. What have I done? I was excited, I picked this splendid hotel, and now I can't afford the bill! Oh, bro, come and miss me, please. I wish I could vanish to dinner somehow. You have to pay the damn bill. When I want to make a maximum impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what happened. But even with the witness of the highest court in the land, I could not speak of it. The Lord Chief of Justice and I struck a bargain in DC. For a faithful reproduce of the visage, there's nothing we two spells will not do. Oh, this guy's back. Hey, everyone called me guys as a jaunty little tidbits passed by, you know. Oh, this door. Never call me the baby man selling a baby. It's more written in my head. Everyone, they call me. No, I cannot do that. This is ridiculous. Oh, David, how charming. You made a lot of new friends I received. Yes, and when we release, we're all going to strike the Twitch together. Ah, well. It seems that these three are teaming up together. Well, four, but well. When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. And however it might have endured, I knew that I wanted you to see it. If I ended up in the dock, there is no one I could have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I wanted to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karamata in your care. I made some tea now, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest well you can. Once you arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talent has been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest lawyer, a great ace attorney, some might say. The feels. I've been holding back a lot, and I will say this once again. This is one of the best great Ace. No, this is one of the best Ace Attorney games I've played so far, and it's one of the best. Okay, before we end this thing, a little bit of reviews. I actually started this, I think like half a year ago, and I thought this is going to take me longer, but it did. Once this thing was out, I actually intended to start with the trilogy, but then I ended up a lot of, how to say, burnout, and I decided to stop all. Until when they announced this game comes out, I decided to stream this instead, The Greatest Attorney Chronicles. And after that, it went very smoothly, and I decided to know streaming is what I can do now. And throughout the games, I've been doing like bosses and a lot of twists and turns, and something I did not expect a lot. And I really much enjoyed that much of the thrill in these chronicles and trilogies, whatever you call it. A lot of unique characters, a lot of weaknesses, and Zieks. And a lot of zanies as you can. But overall, I'll say this once again, I can't imagine, and once again, to have streamed and played one of the best Ace Attorney games in the series. I wish they would have more in the future on the spin-off or sequel to it, but it is all the Capcoms. So then, without further ado, once again, if you like this video, give a like and subscribe. In the near future, I will think on other games to stream in future, but you'll see some later in Christmas. There will be one, but again, once more time, this is Andrew, signing off. See you next time, and call it done. And as what one final word? Objection! See you next time.